Yeah, I'm just so upset with him because, like, man, if I would have been able to.
Don't say nothing because we don't know. It's over. They will be able to hear everything you say. Because this could be live stream and nothing.
Yeah.
Everything that's done is recorded, so.
Yeah.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters, and we are going to be holding a hearing today at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. But before we get started, I'd like for our staff to introduce themselves.
Desmond Thompson. Sherelle. Francis Abbott.
The time is 8:47. And Captain, would you introduce yourself there at East Baton Rouge?
I'm Captain Miles, Chief of Intake and Release here at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison.
Thank you, Captain. Today we're going to be hearing Mr. DeVante Carter. Mr. Carter?
How you doing today?
Doing well, thank you. Would you please introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Okay, my name is DeVante Carter. My DOC number is 767178.
Okay. Mr. Carter, do you have before you a questionnaire, revocation questionnaire that you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Have you hired an attorney for today?
No, ma'am.
So we're going to go ahead and get started. You are alleged violating your conditions of parole. It looks like you're a third-class offender. I'm going to ask Mr. Tillis, who is on my left, to begin your questioning. I also want to note that Mr. Barra is on my right, and I'm Ms. Ledoux, and we're the committee panel for today. Okay.
I understand.
Okay, Mr. Tillis.
Good morning, Mr. Carter. How are you?
I'm all right, sir. And you?
Good. I'm going to read some violations, and you can plead guilty, not guilty, or with a statement.
I understand.
Violation number 2, you failed to submit any monthly record reports since 7/29/2025. As a result, you absconded from supervision. A parole warrant was issued for your arrest on 12/16/25. How do you plead guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
I'd like to plead guilty, but would I still be able to make a statement regarding that?
Sure. Go ahead. Tell them.
So just for we're all on the same page, Before I got released from West Baton Rouge Prison, I had immediate release due to the GED program that I completed. I was informed that upon my release, I was going to get all the documentation to be able to set myself. But before the release, I also applied for an interstate compact through the GED teacher. I was given the paperwork. I filled out the paperwork to go to New York City, and I assumed it was submitted. Upon my release, when I went to the parole office, I was informed that no one ever submitted the interstate compact, and I therefore asked for an interstate compact to be filed. When I asked for the interstate compact, I was told that I had to have a job in the state first, and then I would get approved for it. So I asked for a 30-day travel pass. I got the travel pass. I went to New York. I achieved getting a job through an Arabic friend that I have that owns a convenience store, and I had an address. When I came back to Louisiana, I informed them of this. They told me that that was not legitimate enough to get an interstate compact. So I asked them, what would I have to do to get an interstate compact? They said I would have to get a legitimate job on the books. So therefore, I asked for another travel pass. I informed them that the address that I was staying at was somebody that I barely knew. I don't know anybody in Louisiana. I didn't grow up here. I just came here to work. You know, I informed them that I wasn't comfortable where I was staying at and that I was trying to move to New York because I had nowhere else to go. I asked for another travel pass to go get a job. They told me they're not going to just keep doing travel passes and to get in contact with my PO. I can have Miranda I don't know if she's in the top corner or not, but I can have Miranda, which is my fiance from New York. She can show you my phone. I have multiple messages to my PO. I have multiple calls to my PO where I tried to get in contact with him regarding the interstate compact. I tried to get in contact with the supervisor. The voicemail box was always full. I made it upon myself at that last date, which was 7, I believe 29 or something like that, where I went and checked in and I asked for the interstate compact again. I even demanded them. I told them, I said, I'll stay here until my PO comes just so I can make prior contact, like initial contact with my PO. They told me, oh, call him. You can't just stay here all day, etc. I currently just did 2 years in jail or prison, as you would call it. And I ran into a lot of altercations because of the simple fact that I'm not from here, and I made them aware of this. I told them, just coming to the parole office alone, I feel like my life is in danger because I don't know nobody. You know what I mean? Anybody could be an enemy, anybody could be a friend of a friend, And I told them, I'm trying to make it as urgent as possible for me to leave, please. I was once again ignored and told to talk to my PO. So honestly, I'm pleading guilty because I did take it upon myself to leave, but I honestly felt like I left for my safety and for my well-being. I went to New York, I got a job, I worked, I stayed out the way. Now, was I wrong for not reporting and informing my PO? But the whole time I was up there, I tried. And that's just the God honest truth. So yes, I do plead guilty to that count.
Okay. On violation number 3, you failed to maintain a valid address where you could be supervised and moved out of the state of Louisiana without permission. Additionally, you were arrested in New York by the Cheektowaga Police Department on 12/28/2025 for felony, 3rd-degree burglary, misdemeanor, vagrancy, and misdemeanor disorderly conduct. As a result of your absconding from supervision, a parole warrant was issued for your arrest on 12/16/25. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
I'd like to plead not guilty and have a statement also, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, tell us about it.
Okay, so with this situation, basically it was a misunderstanding at Walmart where I paid for half cash and half like through Walmart Pay. I guess security team must have assumed that I didn't pay for anything at all. And when they approached me on it, they basically upgraded the charge from a theft to a burglary due to the simple fact that I wasn't supposed to be at Walmart. So therefore, when I went to court for that situation, the judge understood the situation and how it worked out, and I got I got it all the way. I took no conviction. I got it reduced all the way down to a $250 fine of disorderly conduct. So I don't honestly want to plead guilty to that because I didn't take those convictions. I was even picked up from Buffalo with just a fugitive warrant. If I still had those open charges, the timing is too close for me to you know what I mean? I would have either had to take a conviction or I would have had to still have an open case. I have neither or.
Why were you not supposed to be in Walmart?
Because in my prior history, I got banned from Walmart for a theft charge.
In that state or what state?
That was here in Louisiana.
You do have a conviction for disorderly conduct.
It's a conviction. I was told it was a $250 fine.
You gotta plead guilty or be found guilty to be able to be fined. So you got a reduced charge. What it looks like to me is you got a reduced charge of disorderly conduct and you pled guilty to disorderly conduct and they reduced that. They just missed out.
And it doesn't show as a fine. I recently spoke with my parole officer, and he said that he called Cheektowaga and he could not find a charge on it. He said that it was reduced to a fine also.
So you had an attitude when you got arrested?
No,
Disorderly conduct,
I'm not sure how that goes, but I didn't like fight with the officer or argue with the officer.
How you think you got the disorderly conduct?
I'm honestly not sure, to be honest with you. It's probably just because of the situation, how it played out or whatever it may be, but I didn't reject anybody in any type of way. I even took guilt and paid for whatever the remainder was.
Danny, you got any? No. Okay, violation number 4. You were arrested in New York by the, pronounce that,
Cheektowaga?
Cheektowaga
Yes, sir.
Police Department on 12/28/25 for felony 3rd-degree burglary, a misdemeanor, disorderly conduct misdemeanor. The charges for the FBI rep sheet is for the Cheektowaga Town Court that the charges have been disposed by a guilty plea on 1/29/26. The entry list of the charges disorderly conduct created a hazardous or offensive conduct in New York. The severity of the charges is listed as a violation of the sentence is listed as custodial discharge and a fine of $100. How do you plead guilty, not guilty, or with the statement?
I'm sorry. Are you asking me if that's what happened, basically?
Are you guilty of being arrested for those charges in New York? You just
I didn't-
explained what happened, so,
Yeah, as in not a conviction, just arrested.
okay.
So you're pleading guilty?
Basically, yes.
Okay.
It's yeah, I don't, that's not agreeing that I took the conviction, correct?
Yeah.
It is. It's saying that you had a fine, that you were involved
Okay,
with
yes,
enforcement, that happened. Okay,
I just didn't want the burglary tied because that brings it to a whole nother level.
right.
Violation number 10, you're currently owed $296 in arrears toward your supervision of fees. How do you plead guilty, not guilty, or with the statement?
I plead guilty with the statement. I'm not sure if did that come before or after the warrant?
That's the accumulation of your fees that have not been paid since you've been released.
Because I've paid the majority of them. I don't understand.
It could have been since you've been, well, it's $65 a month, so come back.
I understand. Yes, I
$6.
plead guilty to it.
You also cost the state of Louisiana $3,180 to bring you back to Louisiana for your absconding.
Oof.
That's the cost to the state for getting you, because you did not comply with being where you were supposed to be. We had to go get you and bring you back.
Can I make a statement regarding that?
What?
To my knowledge, I was honestly looking at the EBR website under the warrant search to see if something led to me having a warrant, and I never seen one, but I didn't have knowledge that it wouldn't pop up on there. But if I did know, it's not something that I was running from. I've honestly took the risk of coming out to New York and getting the absconding. It's not like I didn't have knowledge of it being an absconding, to honestly reach somebody that could help me get the interstate compact.
Okay. So your warrant was 12/16 of 2025. We have Miranda Alls, who would like to speak on your behalf. Ms. Alls, at this time, you're welcome to address the panel.
Yeah, so I am his fiance, DeVante Carter's fiance. I would like to state that several times he had tried to reach out to the parole board in regards to an interstate compact. We are getting married. We would have been married had he not had a warrant and was arrested. However, he's tried to reach out to his parole officer on a regular basis, even when he caught the charge in Cheektowaga and there was no response to him. So he was never aware of this warrant that was issued due to his parole officer not staying in contact with him.
His parole officer staying in contact with him. Okay.
Or like he was trying to get in contact with his parole officer. We've been together probably about 8 months now, and several times he was calling. I've even called his parole officer myself and can't get in contact with him. I've sent emails to him, can't get in contact with him. He's paid, not all of them.
Officer, who were you trying to reach? What was the name of the parole officer?
His name, you mind if I speak?
Noah,
I'm asking her.
Noah
Okay.
Brown.
Noah Brown. Okay. Thank you for your comments. Mr. Tillis, do you have any further questions for Mr. Carter?
You had said earlier that you were in fear of your life. Why was that?
As I said, I got into a lot of altercations when I did do the time that I did, and when I tell you I don't know nobody in Louisiana, I don't know what street I'm on if I was to get released right now. I don't have too much knowledge of Louisiana or the people in it, and I've received a lot of threats when I was in prison, and I just felt like every time if I come to the parole office and I see somebody that I was in prison with, it's a matter of time before I run into the person that I had a problem with. You know what I mean? And I really felt like I was outnumbered. Like even if I go outside, I feel outnumbered. It takes, like it's a very dangerous city. If I just be honest with you.
Did you inform your parole officer about this?
My first time speaking to my parole officer was at the preliminary hearing. That's the first time I was ever able to get in contact with him. But I did go to the board and inform them that date 7/29, I believe it was, where I last checked in. I did inform them. I said that I'm in fear for my life and I'm trying to do anything to get out of the state. What do I have to do? And they basically kept telling me to get in contact with my parole officer. If it matters, she can show you on my phone. She has my phone. She has possession of my phone. She can show you all the messages where I tried to reach out. I've tried to call. I've tried everything in my possibility to reach.
Is it true that at 7/29, when you reported you tested positive for marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew that was not part of the conditions of parole as well, I'm sure.
I understand.
I mean, takes two to tango. I don't understand.
If I'm being honest, man, I'm honestly trying to put this chapter behind me in my life. I took this charge really to keep my kids out of the way of DCF and etc. And I'm getting the worst end of the stick. I'm trying to better myself.
Charge was cruelty to juveniles.
Yes, ma'am. But there was no signs of abuse or anything. I took a guilty plea on my first at my arraignment. I just took the charge just to keep my kids. I grew up in foster care my whole life, man. I've been in foster care since I was 3 months. I got adopted. I got abused 4 years of my adoption. I don't hit my kids. I don't believe in that. I didn't like it when somebody did it to me. I wouldn't do it to my own. But just circumstances led to the situation, and I was the person at fault, so I just took the conviction. I sent my kids back to New York City, and I took the conviction. It wasn't the smartest thing to do. I could have fought the case and potentially won it, but I didn't want my kids to be involved with any type of child and family services because that's I feel like I'm a generational curse if I do that.
How
I'm just
many
in my life.
convictions have you had in New York?
In New York, I've had no convictions in New York. Any of my properties
Out of have at least one because there's one that you pled guilty to right here. So you need to get that straight. You pled guilty to disorderly conduct on whatever. You keep saying you never pled guilty, you never had a conviction. Well, yeah, you do.
Well, my apologies. In that case, I do.
I want to straighten you out on that one because you can't keep
I
going.
understand. I'm trying to be as straightforward as I can. Like I said, I'm just trying to close this chapter in my life. I know I still have to do parole. I know I can't fully run away from it, but I'm giving you the God honest truth. I've been trying. I tried my hardest to leave the state as legally as I could. I tried my hardest to. I really thought in my mind that when I got out of prison, this was all going to be somewhat handled for me. I got a place that I could sleep on the couch for a few days to a month until my situation got situated, and it just nothing worked out for me. I didn't have any money for food. I didn't have money for anything. And like I said, I'm in a state where I know literally nobody. When I went to New York, I got a job. I was working the whole entire time. I worked construction. I worked in warehouses. In that short period of time, I was in New York. So it's not like I can't better myself. It's just that I'm a product of my surroundings right now, and I'm trying not to be.
I got you. I'd like to ask to go into executive session for a moment.
I second.
Ms. June,
Yes,
Tillis,
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
we'll be right back. We need to discuss confidential information.
No problem. So this is basically them coming to a decision.
Okay, without any objection, we're going to return to executive session at 9:09. Mr. Carter, it concerns me that you have this extradition fee. And I think that I have a solution for that. And so my vote today is going to be in lieu of revocation, you're still going to be taken back into DOC custody or remain in DOC custody, but go to a transitional work program for a period of 6 months. And during that time, you'll be able to get enough money for your extradition fee and work on your interstate compact. So my vote is in lieu of revocation, go to a transitional work program, and you cannot leave the state until your extradition fee and your fees have been paid. Okay? That's my vote. You better be careful because it could get you in trouble if you talk too much.
He's muted.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur.
Mr. Bara,
I concur, but cannot leave the state until ICOTS is approved.
ICOTS and the extradition fee.
Okay, so is this necessarily a 6-month sentence?
It's 6 months with you being incarcerated, doing a transition work program
As in work release?
and work release. That's correct.
Okay, and just because I had some complications the last time I was in prison, how soon would I expect to get results as far
Well,
as that goes?
do that. We're going to let you go and let the facility deal with that. We've voted. Thank you very much.
No problem. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. On my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Mr. Barrott. I'm Ms. LeJew. And we're going to be hearing an offender at David Wade Correctional Center. With the staff there at David Wade, introduce yourself.
Michelle Dozot, Warden.
Brenda Ackland, Deputy Warden.
Ryan Kimball, Assistant Warden.
Anna Ralston, Classification. Right before we show you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you gathering today. We're going to be hearing Mr. Raymond Demoulin. Mr. Demoulin, would you introduce yourself with your DSC number?
My name Raymond Demouliin, 424061.
How do you say your last name?
Demouliin.
Demoulin. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I want to make sure I said it correctly. I'm going to read a little bit of information from your file, and then we're going to begin our questioning. It looks like you're a second-class offender, currently serving a 31-year sentence for armed robbery, 3 counts, and some illegal drugs. You have a parole eligibility date of 1/21/26, a good time date of 6/6/29, and a full term date of 2/23/35. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Warden, before we get started, I would like to ask you if you can give us a little insight. How long has Mr. Demoulin been with you?
He's been here at David Wade since 2023. And since he's been here, he's completed several different programs: parenting, anger management, victim awareness, reentry, and thinking for a change, and also received his culinary certificate since he's been here.
Well, you've been to work, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let's see. We have some people who are here in support of you, and we're going to allow them to speak as well. But I'd like to hear from you first, Raymond. Why do you find yourself incarcerated, and how long have you been down, and why should we consider early release?
What the first question was?
Why are you here? Why should they consider granting you today?
I'm here because of my charge on robbery.
Do you want to read that? You can ask him if you can read that.
Yeah. Can I read what I have on paper, if you don't mind?
Absolutely.
All right. Because I'm not the same person that I was back in July 2004. I no longer believe that robbery should be a means to provide for myself. I've changed, I grew up, I'm responsible now. After almost 22 years, I can only say that I've grown up to be a more mature person. I've had a chance to really look at the life that I was living and the life that I lived since I've been incarcerated, and truly see the negative effect my decisions had on the lives of others. I can see now that I wasn't thinking. I can see now that I wasn't thinking at all, just getting high, selfish, and ignorant about what life is really about. I learned that my actions always affect more than me, and I realize now that there is a certain amount of respect and love I owe to everyone. I know now that I'm responsible for making decisions that take the lives of others into account, that my choices can never be just based on how they will affect me. When I talk with my family, I can hear how much they need me, how much time I miss. I realize how valuable I can be to them and other people outside of my family, because I want to want to be a positive influence on everyone I come in contact with upon my release.
So you've been down almost 22 years, I'm 31.
Ma'am?
You've been down 22 years.
22.
Of a 31-year sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about something that's gonna be difficult. What happened in 2022? I need to know
With your
your write-up.
Right up.
write-ups.
Which
Yeah,
one?
with your behavior, your write-ups.
Oh, back in 22,
Yeah.
it was around the pandemic. And I was just going through a lot. Like, I was frustrated a lot, couldn't find myself. So I started, seeing that I was, man, okay, I'm nervous right
It's
now.
okay. Explain why you got all these write-ups. That's
Yeah.
what they're at.
All right, I got the write up because I wasn't thinking at the time, making bad decisions.
So what happened with the fire extinguisher? Tell me about that situation.
Oh, okay. Well, like I say, around pandemic time, I'm on quarantine in the cell. So I was trying to get out to use the phone in my phone time. So the officer came down and I asked him, I'm like, sorry, can I use the phone? So he was like, no. So I'm like, can you get some rank down here? I need to talk to some rank. So he was like, no. So he left off the tears. So I had some tissue. I stuffed my toilet, started flooding my cell. So he came down and see me flood my cell. So I'm like, sorry, can you get some rank down here? He still told me no. So I grabbed some tissue, lit some tissue. So he ran out the till, grabbed a fire extinguisher and started putting the fire out.
Okay, so that was before you took thinking for a change. What do you think now?
I'm a whole totally different person now. I can think before I react now. Back then, I wasn't thinking about the consequences in life. I just was moving. Now, since I took things for a change, it taught me how to be a better person and just think of the consequence before I start doing things now. That's what I learned from how to think for a change.
Okay.
Oh,
Would y'all want to ask before I ask his supporters? Okay, at this time, are you okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I would like to ask Miss Charlotte, your mother, if she would like to speak to the panel. Miss Charlotte, you can go and just stand where you are and face us.
Yes, ma'am.
And just tell us what you would like for us to know about your son.
My son is a wonderful son. He made a bad decision and when he didn't know what was wrong what he did. But Raymond is a good child. I raised Raymond by myself. I tried. I did the best I could. But I just wish I want a child to come home. Got a home for my nephew, got a job for him waiting. And we all waiting because I love him. I'm so please give me another chance.
Okay.
And he's a whole different person now. When I see him. Back in the days, in the past behind. This is the future now. And we all love it. I love my son. His daddy went in his life. I struggled by myself, but I did the best I could.
Thank you.
And Raymond did a good job. And just made a bad decision a long time ago.
Well, he's lucky to have you, Miss Charlotte. You're a good mama.
I'm so glad to be here. I don't talk much about it.
I understand.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Brown, would you like to make a statement to the panel?
Morning to you. Trying to keep her together before we came here, talking outside the room and stuff like that, but I just want to thank God for the opportunity to inspire you to understand where we're coming from at this moment. we know that Raymond made those mistakes back then. And a lot of times, for us as young men, we think that guidance is what leads us in the right direction, but I think it's more inspiration. If we don't have things in front of us that inspires us to make better decisions, we tend to do things that either incarcerates us or causes us to lose our lives. And for me, that inspiration came from me having children. I had my first son when I was 19, and it started making me understand that accountability is going to be the biggest thing for my son growing up in this world, which is him seeing me doing better things. Raymond is like a brother to me. Me and him, I've been knowing him all of his life. And by us not having inspiration in front of us at all times, we had uncles that were successful and did things, taught us skills that would later on in life would be the things that we can build off of and stuff like that. But we were too much inspired by the things that we saw in front of us all the time. And those things tend to hurt us. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I gained my inspiration from my children, but at the same time, I wasn't always around Raymond because, you know, going to work and taking care of my children and stuff like that, it separated us, and the inspiration that was around him led him into different directions. Because me and him had the day he made his infraction, and I know that was one of the reasons why we didn't talk the first maybe 8 years he was incarcerated, because he knew I was gonna make a statement to him, which was, I told you not to go anywhere. And he's a man. We're both men. And I know my words at the moment didn't resonate with him, because after we had that conversation, the person that he was with, that he made the mistake with, end up being that inspiration at that moment. And now in 2026, I don't involve myself with, whether you're family or not, I don't involve myself with those type of people. I'm a business owner. I work for LSU. I've been working for LSU for the last 15 years. Me and my wife been married, going on 15 years, August 4th coming up. And I know he has a good woman that he's coming home to that's going to help be that inspiration for him as well. But I'm going to be by his side. Going to be there. We were supposed to start this project Monday, but God paused that project for me to start at McKinley High School doing the floors over there until tomorrow, so that I can come here and try to give you an insight of where he's going to be at when he comes home.
Okay, so you have employment over
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm a business owner. I'm registered with the Secretary of State. We have our LLC insured. My company, you know, he will be employed with me. So he's, you know, until he does use his certifications to become a cook or whatever, because his niece, his sister's daughter, her father has a food truck. So maybe if he's not using the food truck, we can rent it from him and get him somewhere where he's totally engulfed in being successful, instead of coming out here and not having any direction and stuff like that. So
that's helpful for our decision. Thank you.
Yes,
I think we've got enough information. I appreciate you both being here. We also have Mr. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project. Mr. Myers.
Yes, good morning, Kerry Myers, with Louisiana Parole Project here from Mr. Demouulin. You know, Raymond has spent 22 years incarcerated. He was 22 years old when he became incarcerated. So he's literally been incarcerated as long as he was alive. When he committed the offense, he's at an age now, and you heard from the warden about his programs. He's done the work. He continues to do the work. Parole Project is prepared to assist Raymond in his transition. He will be in our transitional housing for as long as this board would think necessary. We will provide him with mentorship. We will provide him with case management. He will have the advantage of having the programming and financial planning, literacy, technology, consumer skills, the whole gamut. He'll be evaluated by our social workers for any needs, any substance abuse needs or mental health needs. And we would then expect him to comply with any recommendations. He would be a part of this program. And as you know, Parole Project has been very successful. Obviously, nothing is perfect, but Parole Project has been very successful in helping people rebuild their lives. Raymond is ready to rebuild his life. This is a situation where corrections works, the programs, the time, the maturity. We're prepared to help Raymond in his transition as his board to consider these things, consider the support system that he has, and grant his parole today.
Mr. Chillis, do you have any questions?
Yes. What impacted you the most in some of the classes that you took? Which one was stood out to you the most, Mr. Raymond?
Like anger management.
Tell me about it.
Because I didn't realize how deeply my problem with anger was within me until I started noticing all the trouble that I kept getting myself into behind responding heatedly behind small situations. I was so caught up into my own ways of doing things that I didn't see them as wrong. So this course really helped me open my eyes to the ways of my behavior and taught me how to make better decisions. My behavior changed for me when I took this course because my level of maturity grew. But my understanding of who I was and why I grew from engaging and experiencing this program with an open mind and awareness to become a better person. That's why I liked this course the most, because it helped me to change who I am.
What do you plan to do if released?
My plans to be released is to go to transition, finish the course that they got for me, move in with my girl, help her with her mom, because her mom dealing with dementia, be a role model to my nieces and nephews, her son, help my mother out, whatever she needs to be helped with, help out in the community and enjoy life.
What kind of guy would you say he is?
He's very quiet. We don't have any disciplinary issues out of him at all. He's very respectful. He has a good work ethic, according to his supervisor. I do want to mention that we provide opportunities for our inmates to do some community service and participate in some community service. And he has been a participant of those programs that we brought in. So I did want to mention that. But he's not a behavioral problem. Like I said, he stays to himself. He's, completed classes. Since he's been here, he's not been any issue whatsoever.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Baba?
Yeah, what would you, I'm looking back at the flooding the cell, lighting it on fire and all of that. What would you say was the biggest thing behind that caused you to do that?
Anger, temper, making bad decisions.
It wasn't that long ago.
4.5 years ago.
All right, good.
Executive session, please.
We have a request in the second for executive session.
Ledoux,
Yes.
Tillis,
Yes.
Parole.
Yeah.
Six.
Thank you. The panel has resumed and without any objection. We have heard, Mr. DeMoulian, from you, but is there anything else that you would like to say? I know you came prepared for this hearing. You had your statement. Is there anything that we did not allow you to say before we vote?
Yeah, really, I just was hoping, the board give me a consideration, give me a second chance.
Well, since you're a second class offender, this would be your third chance, but yes. Okay. Mr. DeMoulian, having read over your case carefully, you had 3 other co-defendants who have all been released.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
still incarcerated. You have, and I want to thank the staff there at David Wade for giving you the opportunity to take the classes because you have availed yourself. They did offer that, and it was a good thing for you. My vote today is going to be to grant you parole, to go to the parole project for a period of not less than 6 months. And during that time, I would like the parole project to make sure that they do a mental health evaluation, which is a common part of their programming. And that would be my vote today. Mr. Barra?
I'm looking at this case and I see that there's pretty much no victim opposition. The 4 victims were unable to be located and talked to. 1 victim said no comment. Law enforcement has little comment, little opposition, and you have a low Tiger score. That's the risk score. So with those 3 things being said, I'm going to go ahead and concur with Mr. Ledoux, parole project for 6 months with mental health evaluation during that time, and also take a look at his anger management because no telling if he might not need some extra evaluation follow-up.
Mr. Raymond, there's one thing I'd like to add to that. You said you were gonna, if released, you would move in with your friend. I don't think that's a good idea. We see a lot of people return. If you're gonna move in, whether you need to be married to her, don't you think?
Yes, sir.
You really don't need to be moving in with somebody, and I think if you love her that much, you ought to marry her. My vote's going to be to concur and to the Louisiana Parole Project.
So today, based on a unanimous vote, you have been granted parole. You will be on supervision until 2035. So make sure you follow the rules.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
There, it's 9:49. Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. Serving on the panel today, to my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Mr. Barra and Ms. Ledoux. We are at our second hearing there at David Wade, and the staff has introduced themselves already. Thank you very much. Would the offender please introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Marcus Burnell Coleman, 322817.
Mr. Coleman, I find that you're a third-class offender, currently serving a 99-year sentence. You had a parole eligibility date of 10/13 of 24. This is a rehear for you. In fact, I was on the panel previously. How long? You've served 19 years, Mr. Coleman, is that correct?
21 years and 8 months today.
21 years, thank you. Okay. Warden, before we get started, I would ask if you would like to make a statement about Mr. Coleman and your time with him.
Yes, ma'am. He's been here since 2022. And he's not been any disciplinary problem. He's actually in the process of being screened at the moment for a trustee status. He participated in our community service projects that we have. And he's done Cager Rage, victim awareness, thinking for a change, reentry, and living in balance, both phase 1 and 2. He has a good work ethic. He's not any disciplinary issue for us here at Wade, and he's worked to complete almost every course that we have to offer.
Warden, could you explain the write-up in 25 of Rule 36? I believe I was told it was not cooperating with an investigation.
Yes, ma'am. And so that was and when the tablets, we were gathering up all the tablets in order to determine which tablets were jailbroke and which tablets weren't. And Marcus was asked for the password for his tablet, and he provided the password for his tablet, but it did not work to unlock the tablet. So at the moment, the investigator did issue the write-up for the failure to cooperate, believing that the tablet was jailbroke. However, after the fact, after the disciplinary process had already occurred, it was determined that it was defective, and he was allowed to send it home and order another one. So the failure to cooperate was because the password that was given was not accurate to be able to unlock the tablet.
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Coleman, we do have Terry Myers here with the Louisiana Parole Project, who is offering you an opportunity there. But before Mr. Myers begins, I think I would like for you to tell me why you are currently incarcerated, what you did, and why we should consider an early release today.
Okay. Thank you. On October the 9th, 2004, I committed a very serious crime of violence against Jill Dozart. And at the time that I committed the crime of violence, I'd armed myself with a firearm. I traveled to Lake Charles with 2 people who didn't know what was going on with the intent to commit an armed robbery. Upon getting to Lake Charles, I noticed a white suburban vehicle traveling southbound on I-20, and I decided to ask them to follow it. Upon following it, we went to a bank. And as I seen the patron of the bank, of the vehicle getting money out the bank, I decided to follow that patron, and we ended up at a Casa Manana parking lot. I told the 2 people driving the vehicle to make a block while I get out. And as I got out, I followed Miss Jill Dozart behind her, and I grabbed her with the intent to rob her through threat, through violence, and I actually committed the crime of armed robbery. I take full responsibility of it because of the fact that I'm now aware of the possibilities of what if it could have turned out wrong, what happened, the psychological effect that I created inside her mind with her family. And I understand the because of my actions. Today, I'm a changed person because now I understand the value of life. I understand the value of people's lives. I understand the consequences of my actions. And if given an opportunity to go to the parole project, I believe that the classes that they're having to offer, such as AA, NA, opportunity to work, will satisfy the parole board's grant of me with early release.
Okay, it's you're talking very differently than you did the last time we had a hearing. What has changed?
Well, to be honest with you, the warden, I have to get a warden the credit because I walked in the dormitory one day and I seen on the board a volunteer list for Feed My Kids. And when I walked in and I seen this volunteer list, nobody's name was on it. So I was the first person to sign my name on it, not knowing what I was getting myself into. And when I went to the building to go participate, I noticed that they had these cubicles that they put each one of us like 6 in at a time. And upon us feeding these kids, the lady came across the loudspeaker speaking about we had just made a record in the state of Louisiana. And at that time, tears started coming from my eyes. And as tears were coming from my eyes, a guy asked me, he said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Well, it's kind of hard, you know, being on this side, not being able to see those kids smile on their face receiving these bags." And ever since that day, it just made me start wanting to be involved with community service. And I realized that I have to be involved with community service and I need to. And as a result of what Ms. Dozart has allowed me to do, I've participated since then in Duck Dynasty. Just recently we had just a St. Jude giveaway. And I continue to try to motivate myself and others around me to encourage themselves to do the same.
Thank you for that explanation. Mr. Myers, would you like to make a statement to the panel?
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project here from Mr. Coleman. You know, sometimes maturity brings upon self-awareness. I think you can hear in Mr. Coleman's words and what the warden said about him that he's become very self-aware, recognizing his place in the society inside of prison and his potential for his place in society outside of prison. Parole Project is prepared to help him through this transition. We will offer him housing, case management. He will have the opportunity to succeed with the assistance of Parole Project in all the critical areas that are required for success, employment, how to operate in a social setting, financial management, technology. He'll be evaluated by our social workers for any additional needs. Again, this is one of those things that, you know, 2 years ago when he was denied, two things could have happened. One, he could have spiraled, or two, he could do exactly what he has done and continue progress that he was on that path. And so we would ask this board to consider all the criteria and all the factors that you've heard today and grant his parole.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Does the panel have questions?
Mr. Myers, if released, what do you plan to do after if they see
Coleman.
Mr. Coleman, I'm sorry. If released, what do you plan to do?
Well, first thing I would take complete advantage of the opportunities that Mr. Myers has to offer me, such as continuing to rehabilitate myself and rehabilitate myself in the programs such as AANA, seek outpatient treatment, attend community services, work, and give an opportunity if I'm released from the Parole Project, I have the opportunity to reach back and seek further guidance if need be. They have a comprehension plan for me already in place to continue meeting me at the needs that I have and the desires that I have to succeed in life. So given the opportunity to be released, I would take full advantage of all that is available for me.
It appears that you've changed. You feel like you've changed?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because for so long, I used to blame drugs as an avenue of getting by. But I've been off drugs 14 years, but I still had problems. And I was realizing those problems wasn't the drugs because the drugs wasn't doing anything. It was me. And when I recognized that it was me causing people problems, I had to take a deep look at myself and realize that I was suffering from anger, suffering from violence, suffering from depression, and all these things here I was instilling in other people. And when you instill those things in other people, then nothing comes good out of it. So I realized that today I'm not the same person that I was 21 years ago, 30 years ago when I committed my first offense. I used to think that I was just getting by in life by choosing people to exhort my energy on, but I understand now today that people have feeling as well as me, and I would like people to be treated in the same way.
Thank you.
Mr. Barra, do you have any questions for Mr. Coleman?
No question.
What happened to the other two people involved in this situation?
They never was, to my recollection, they never was charged. I believe that on the night that they had said my name, and I think the police had let them go. I have no idea. It's like once they amended my bill of information, it's like they took their name completely off for prosecution purposes.
Because you're the one with the gun, you're the one that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I take full accountability. To be fact, they didn't know anything about it until after the fact. So I take full responsibility that I also caused their life to be involved in this as well.
Okay.
Were you doing drugs at the time?
Yes, sir. But the drugs wasn't the problem. Before I got on the drugs, if you look at the transcripts, upon us going to Lake Charles, we started doing drugs. But before I committed the crime, I was in my right state of mind. I intentionally decided to go to Lake Charles and commit a crime.
Were you in Sulphur? Where were you?
I was in Vinton, Louisiana.
Benton. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, because your record of offenses is quite long. Probably are well known.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, we have opposition who would like to speak. And first of all, I'll ask Mr. Jeff Dozot if he would speak first.
Yes, ma'am. I was here for through the trial and for the last hearing. And as you guys can see, he has changed. What it means to me, he's further educated himself. He's progressively gotten closer. He understands what he needs to be considered for parole, and he's been preparing himself. Now, if he's truly evolving into a new person, that's fantastic. But you can't go back on the fact that he was on parole when he committed this crime. And before they could get him for this crime, he had committed another crime and boom. And then so to me, when he gets out, if he gets out, he will also be smart. He's gonna know if he goes back to that one time and he gets caught, it's over. He will never get out again. He's gonna protect himself better than he did the last time he committed a crime. In my opinion, he's also educated himself in that manner. What he's done to my wife is in the files. You guys have read it. It's terrible. I'm sure, you've seen his list of arrests and all the crimes that he's committed. There's people attached to every one of those. Those have all suffered. If he gets out, will there be more like it? That's, for us, Jill's going to live with this. There's no getting around it. But if part of her, what she's trying to do is protect somebody else. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Jill.
Can you stand up or just sit? I don't even know where to start, but, I hope he has changed. But can I address the people, you asked about the other two people?
Yes, but make your comments to us, but you can talk about the others if you wish.
Kenyon Budwine was in the car and he is, I think, still in jail, but he had committed lots of crimes and they were supposed to testify against him, but they did not, but they were incarcerated. Kenyon Budwine is incarcerated right now as far as I know, and he went on to commit more crimes as well too. So that part you asked about anyway, and then he said that he saw me in the car. His version is not what happened. I went to a bank. The night all this happened, I went to a bank. Him and the other two people were at the ATM in front of me. I was on the phone with my friend. They kept getting out and messing. You could tell that they couldn't get anything out of the machine. So I was on the phone with my friend. I thought they drove off and I pulled up. That's where they followed me. I don't think he ever saw me before we went to the bank. Not that that matters, but just to show he doesn't always tell the truth. Anyway, let me start from the beginning of. I hope he has changed. I don't. Have mixed feelings on. I wish he would be changed and we had like a crystal ball we could see, and if he would get out and not commit more crimes, and that would be okay. But he's not proven that in the past. He was on parole when he got me. The guards where he was before also said the same thing. They said he was very well behaved. He followed what he was supposed to do while he was in prison. He is very soft spoken. He is well spoken. He was the night that he had me, but it didn't stop him from doing it all the times he did it. So let me just start with the night that it happened. I had a year and a half of. I had 3 surgeries, I had cancer, I had cancer treatment. I was going out that night to meet my friends to celebrate the end of that, which is why we were going to the restaurant. I only got $40. I had no clue that they followed me, but I knew what car was in front of me because they took a long time and I stayed on the phone. When I went to Casa, I didn't know that he had followed me, but he did follow me, and that's on the bank cameras, and also him following me when I pull into the parking lot at Casa. You see their car following. So, I'm getting off track, but sorry. This makes me have anxiety. I have nightmares still. I still have anxiety going to banks, going to ATMs. I can't go down Ryan Street. There's all kinds of triggers. The nightmares that I have, that's the stuff that he doesn't realize that he's done to people and how scary it is and how it changes your life. So I do believe in giving people second chances. As a matter of fact, the night that he had me at gunpoint, I kept saying, listen to me, you don't want to do this. I talked, I pleaded, I fought, trying to talk him out of doing that. I was like, I'll give you my money. You don't have to steal it, just take my money. You don't have to do this. Their intentions were that night was to get me back in their car, which what if when I left the bank is the other question. Now, what if when I left that bank, I went to a remote location and I'd been by myself? What would have happened then? I went to a busy place, Casa Minata, on a busy road. So I kept trying to inch closer to the road, which is where we made it. So, but if they would have gotten me into that car, I know that they would have taken me back to that bank to try to get more money. And then what would they have done? That's the whole scary thing. And if you've never been held at gunpoint, you have no idea of the trauma, the terror. We know the ending now, but at that time, you don't know the ending. So I don't think he understands the trauma and what that does to somebody. You never fully get over that happening to you. Sorry if I'm talking too much. I just don't know what to say and not to say. But for 20 years, before we went to parole, he denied this. He never admitted. He said he was wrongly accused. I picked the wrong person. His freedom had been taken from him. He never admitted anything until last time. Was he changed, or is he just saying what he needs to say to get out? So it's hard for me. Like I said, if he was fully changed, yes, get out. But is 2 years enough? Is that long enough to rehabilitate? Is that long enough to really know? And that sounds good what Mr. Myers is saying, but what's the security on that? How do they watch him? Like last time he was on parole and he still did this. So that makes me very nervous and concerned with my own life And everyone else is like too, because like I said, next time, like Jeff was saying, the next time he's gonna make sure the victim is not able to talk because he doesn't want to go back for as long as he's been there. I was gonna follow my notes and I didn't, and I'm sorry if I'm getting off, but we just. I guess all I can do is ask y'all, please just look at his record. Look what he's done before. And is it worth taking the chance of somebody else's life? So it's just my plea to y'all that y'all make him serve his whole sentence or even longer to get rehabilitated. Yeah, and do y'all want him to get out and be your neighbor? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, sorry if I rambled and I don't think that it's time for him.
Fine.
Thank y'all for letting me
I
talk.
appreciate the comments. Mr. Coleman, I will note that there has been a difference in the way you talk since our last hearing, and I appreciate that. I'm prepared to vote if the panel doesn't have any other questions. I think you're on the right track. But I need more, I need a little more time. I feel like you have this opportunity right now, and see, I know you don't like this decision. Your body language is speaking very loudly right now. But you have the opportunity to prove that you're on the right track and have made the change. This is a turning point. This is your epiphany. You can continue to improve and make progress there, or you can let this set you back. And then your character would be known. But my vote today is to deny for victim opposition and to give you more time to make some strides. Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Coleman, I too see that you have made a change. My vote is basically on what the warden has said, and the victims show something that's really needed, and that's forgiveness, and they wish the best for you, I believe. But at this time, my vote's going to be to deny.
Mr. Barber?
And I vote to concur with my colleagues for the same reasons and the extra strong law enforcement opposition but stay on the right road. 2 years is a short period of time. You can prove to us that you're stay on that road, then maybe the next time might be different.
That's right. All right, so it's 10:20 and your request for parole has been denied.
If I live where I used to live on the road, we wouldn't have any issue. We'd be
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. The panel today, to my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Mr. Barra and Ms. Ledoux. We are going to be hearing a rehear of a case on Mr. Young. Mr. Young, would you please identify yourself with your name and your DSC number?
DWAINE YOUNG, 346622.
Mr. Young, I think you were heard in 2024. For the record, first class offender, you're a juvenile lifer, and you have a parole eligibility date, April 15, 2019. Like I said, you were heard by this panel in 2024. Warden, would you please share with the panel information you have regarding Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am. DWAINE got here in November of 2022. He has not had any rule violation reports since that time. He received one at intake, but no other reports or any violations since that one, the very first day that he got here. He serves as an inmate leader, not only in our recreational department, but with mentorship with younger inmates as well. He participated in all of our community service projects. And I believe the last time that he had his hearing, it was recommended that he receive more education, and he's done several courses, carpentry, the NCCER core, since that last hearing. I think there's even more than that he could elaborate on. He's not a behavioral problem. He's very respectful. His work ethic is very good. And he always, he helps out when he can, also with the elderly population that, need some assistance with their mobility. And he's also in the process of being screened for trustee. He's been in school, I think, for about 1.5 years, so he wasn't really eligible to be screened prior to that, but he's now finished all of his courses and is in the process of being screened for minimum custody.
So what kind of course was that 1.5 years? Was that his GED or?
He's received his GED, fiber optic. He has a paralegal from 2012. The culinary, carpentry, the NCCER core. He's done several safety courses, fall protection, orientations. There are several different safety courses. Am I leaving out anything?
I think.
And he received his GED already. He already had his GED.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. We have 2 people here in support of release. One of them is Sophie Reese with First 72. And then we have Katina Vale. Oh, yay. Okay. Why don't we allow Sophie to speak first?
All right, good morning, and thank you so much to the board for giving me the opportunity to speak today in support of Mr. DWAINE YOUNG. My name is Sophie Reese, and I'm the program coordinator here at the First 72 Plus, and we also have some staff members here as well in support of Mr. DWAINE. We are a reentry organization based in New Orleans working to stop the cycle of incarceration by providing adequate support to those returning home from prison. Mr. Young sought out our organization months before his parole hearing, and he asked us for support with the parole board advocacy and housing. And throughout the process of working with him, he's been incredibly proactive and responsive to our organization. We have accepted Mr. Young into our transitional housing, so he will be able to stay in our transitional housing free of charge for 90 days while he works with his reentry coach to find stable housing and employment. And his reentry coach will have been somebody who is formerly incarcerated, who has already been through the reentry process, and will be able to guide him through that. In terms of employment support, he would also benefit from working with our director of economic empowerment, who would assist him with employment support in the form of resume creation, connection to job training programs, and submitting job applications with fair chance employers. And like was already stated, he has a variety of degrees that he has obtained while incarcerated to prepare himself for his release. And so we believe that helping him to find meaningful and long-term employment will not be difficult. And he himself has expressed a willingness and an excitement to find employment upon his release. He will also work with our economic empowerment department to open a bank account, create a budget, and to begin saving for an apartment after his 90-day stay has been completed. Our public benefits clinic will assist him with applying for food stamps, Medicaid, Social Security if needed, and will help him obtain any missing documentation. And he's already completed a behavioral and addiction assessment with CADA Prevention and Recovery, which has already been sent to the parole board. And so upon his release, he'll be reassessed by his case manager over at CADA to determine any next steps. And he's expressed interest in utilizing counseling services during his reentry process. He'll also have access to social support and to our peer support classes at the First 72 Plus, such as our 9 Steps to Staying Free class, which is a weekly peer mentorship class of formerly incarcerated people supporting each other through the barriers of transitioning back into society. And he has also expressed that he has a wide support system of friends in New Orleans who were incarcerated with him and who have stayed on the right path after being released, including some of our staff members at the First 72 Plus, and as well as at our partner organizations. So we believe that with an already existing support system and a base of friends in New Orleans, with our transitional housing program and our wraparound services, as well as our reentry coaching and employment coaching, and with his own determination to build an independent and healthy life for himself upon his release, we have full confidence that he will be successful, and we are eager to welcome him home. Thank you.
Is Katina Valet?
I have a question for her.
Okay, wait, let me say.
On how long is y'all plan to have him in y'all housing?
So our housing is up to 90 days free of charge. And during that time, he would work to secure stable housing.
90 days? After after 90 days, can he pay for it and stay with y'all, or how does that work?
No, so our housing program is up to 90 days. And during that time, he would be saving up for an apartment after those 90 days.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Valet? Okay. Could you unmute Ms. Katina? Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead and speak to the panel. Hello. Okay. Are you on mute, Ms. Valet?
I'm off of mute. It's the towers because the people are moving in for the summertime. We have a lot of New Yorkers moving in, so our towers are low.
Okay, so where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Monticello, New York.
Okay, and you're his fiance?
Yes, I've been with him for 10 years, and I will be with him to transition. I will be moving to Louisiana. I've been with my job for 10 years. I deal with people with mental and physical disabilities, and I have a good resume, and I will be moving with him to transition.
So what is the plan then? You're gonna move to New Orleans?
To Louisiana, so he can get all his rehabilitation so he could enter to society.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you appear at his last hearing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We also Let's go ahead and Mr. Balrog, go ahead and do your questioning. Yeah, we're gonna do that last, yeah.
All right, Mr. Young, tell us what you did to get yourself in trouble and why you think now is the time for us to let you go early.
Doing a drug deal, I shot and I killed Peter Rachel. It was an incident that I'm sincerely remorseful for. Before this board and all of its witnesses, I want to take full responsibility for the crime that I committed. I want to be fully accountable for the horrible tragedy that I caused. My actions were senseless. They were immature and they were fatally reckless. Mr. Rachel didn't do anything wrong that night. I was the one who was hanging in a place that I shouldn't have been hanging. I was distributing a substance I should have never even had in my possession, and I was carrying an instrument that ultimately led to me doing the one thing that could never be undone, and that's extinguishing the light of life in another human being. I made the worst mistake of my life 32 years ago. It's something that I'll forever regret. A mistake that I'm sincerely remorseful for, because in just one moment, one rash and thoughtless decision, and firing one bullet, not only did I take Mr. Rachel's life, but I robbed him of his opportunity to choose. Even more so, I destroyed the lives, the future, the hopes, and the dreams of so many other people. And for that, I'm sincerely sorry. I'm sorry for the unthinkable pain that I've caused to the family and friends and the loved ones of the Rachels. I'm sorry for being an arrogant, inconsiderate coward, for constantly dragging the Rachel family through the countless court proceedings, for making them relive this horrible tragedy over and over again, all because I wasn't man enough to take responsibility for what I had done. To be accountable for the pain that I had caused and the lives that I destroyed as a result of my oh my God, as a result of my ignorance. The life and the experience of losing family members to this irrational gun violence has allowed me to feel this pain. It has allowed me to know the bitterness and the anger, but to experience these emotions and then realize that I'm responsible for causing this same pain to the Rachel family. That was a reality that crushed me into a million pieces. It was a revelation that was so devastating that it drove me to my knees. It drove me to seek forgiveness and to seek the direction of God and His word over the path of my life, because I couldn't do this by myself. As much as I've tried, I couldn't continue to deal with the lies and to deal with the guilt of what I had done. I couldn't continue to try to manipulate my way out of these situations. I had to be responsible. I had to be a man. But first I had to change. Even though this road, it hasn't been easy, the transition and rehabilitation that I've undergone is due only to the omnipotent grace of God. It has been Warden Dozak and Assistant Warden Kimball who, in seeing my potential and my desire to change, they gave me a chance. They provided the opportunities for me to grow and to flourish as a mentor, as a coach, as an academic, and as a leader here at Wade. And as I've gone through this process, I've continued to pray that the Ranchell family, they could somehow, someday, find at least some semblance of closure in my submission of the truth. And that possibly they can forgive the lost and hopeless and immature kid that committed this senseless act of violence, because they didn't deserve any of this. And Peter Ranchell definitely didn't deserve to die.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parole.
Yeah, I got a question for you. At that last hearing on April 1st of 2024, they told you that you needed to have a more sustained period of write-up-free and work on your drug addiction.
Yes, sir. I'm
looking for the classes that you did since then, and only one I see in our records is Celebrate Recovery. What records what classes have you done since April 1st of 2024 that directly deal with your drug addiction?
The Celebrate Recovery class that I participate in, AANA, sir.
AANA is like a meeting. I'm talking about a class. Any other class?
That is the Celebrate Recovery and the Living in Balance phases 1 and 2.
You did Living in Balance 1 and 2?
Yes, sir.
Before the last meeting. My question is, what have you done since that last meeting when they told you to get more classes directly involving substance abuse and alcohol abuse? On April
Recovery, Celebrate Recovery, sir, is that class.
One.
Yes,
any others he could have been expected to take over there at your facility?
No, sir, not specifically for substance abuse. He had already completed all the phases of living in balance. And so Celebrate Recovery and continuing to participate in AANA would be the only other options presently.
It's safe to say he fulfilled what they asked him the last time?
Yes, sir. That in addition to all of the education programs that he did pursue after that hearing based on the recommendation.
Okay. And then I'm a little bit confused because I see for the last hearing, you had the parole project there with you wanting to take you in. And now you got first 72. What happened with that? Did you have something go wrong with the parole project?
No, sir. I think that it was more of, we kind of like just fell out of communication and I wasn't sure what position they were taking. So I actively pursued other options.
So you didn't have a falling out with them. You would assume you're still eligible for them?
No, sir. I did not have one.
They offer a lot more intense and long-term program than First 72 does. Okay. That was my last question.
Mr. Young, I think it would be appropriate to let you know that we received the victim statement, and Mr. Rochelle, who's the brother of the victim, informed us that he will not be participating in this hearing, that he would let the board decide, and that he has gotten to the point in his life that he has forgiven the offender and has moved. So I think that might be helpful just to hear.
And that's the same Mr. Rochelle who was also in the truck when you shot his brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have with us today via Zoom Mr. Philip Terrell, the Rapides Parish DA, who would like to speak in opposition. Mr. Terrell.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. On behalf of the parish of Rapides and the state of Louisiana, Rapides DA's office and the sheriff's office and the rest of Rapides Parish law enforcement opposes parole of this gentleman at this time, simply because of the nature of the crime. I understood the gentleman to say that a moment ago when he was speaking that it was a rash and immature act. It's way more than that. He was convicted and he admitted to y'all that the person who was killed during a drug deal, and he was shot and killed by the defendant. So one of the things about our society is there absolutely has to be severe consequences for violent crimes, especially violent crimes such as murder with a handgun during a drug deal. So for that reason, the Rapides Parish DA's office and the rest of law enforcement in the Rapides Parish opposes the parole. Thank y'all so much.
Mr. Young, I wanted to know, what was the last write-up you had? It was a number 1. What was?
It was a failed drug exam, ma'am.
Okay, that's the reason that panel last time felt like you needed to do more drug programming. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So that's just what I wanted to ask. Mr. Tillis?
What do you plan to do if released?
Plan to, in working in conjunction with the First 72, I plan to continue my substance counseling so that it keeps me consciously aware of sobriety, but also gives me the opportunity to use my story and my experience to help other people who may be fighting with addiction. I plan to, sir?
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I plan to actively pursue employment opportunities with the skills that I've acquired. I will be doing safety offshore, sir.
I see. How long have you been off drugs?
Almost 4 years.
You've been clean 4 years,
Yes, sir, almost 4 years.
and you plan to continue with the drug program?
Yes, sir.
I have no questions.
Executive session.
I'll second.
We've had a request for an executive session, and a second by Mr. Tillis.
Parole,
Yes.
Goodell,
Yes.
Tillis.
Yes.
The panel has reconvened, and without objection, we'll go ahead and continue this hearing. So, Mr. Young, we have heard from supporters and from oppositions, and we've heard from you and the staff there. We've had an opportunity to ask our questions. I think the panel is prepared to vote. Mr. Barra will be voting first.
All right, this is a tough one, as you already know. I think you've done a good job while you're there. The warden says you've done everything that you needed to do since the last hearing, everything that was possible. The victim's brother, who was actually at the scene and witnessed you shooting and killing his brother, is forgiving you. I'm gonna vote to grant you parole, but to the parole project, because they do a longer evaluation and keep you for longer, for a minimum of 1 year. I'm gonna ask them to give me a report at 1 year on your progress. And I want to hold the option to extend that period with them even longer if you're not doing well, or if you're struggling, or if it's at a time where you need to stay longer, we'll keep you longer. We want a structured environment for you. You've been in jail for 32 and a half years. That's a long time to try to figure out what's going on in society. And we don't want you trying to do that by yourself. So, that's going to be my vote. Grant to the parole project for 1 year with an option to extend.
Mr. Tillman?
How do you feel about that, Mr. Young? Do you have any problems with that?
No, sir. I want to be in the most conducive environment.
Okay, good. I concur with Mr. Barra.
Mr. Young, you committed a heinous crime at 17. You're now, what, 50?
Yes, ma'am. 49. I'll be 50 this year.
You have an opportunity to re-enter society, but you need a structured transition. And I will concur with Mr. Barra that you need to be housed at the parole project for at least 1 year to provide that kind of transition. You have no opposition from the victim family, and you have taken significant rehabilitative programs. So today, based on a unanimous vote, your request for parole has been granted.
Thank you so much.
Next carried right now.
Hey, the time is now 11:14. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today on the panel, serving to my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Mr. Bara Nisladou. And we are currently at Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. Would the staff there at LCIW introduce yourself?
Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Tara P, ARDC Manager. Michelle Ned, ARDC Specialist. This is C. Thompson.
Great, thank you, staff. Appreciate y'all. Today we are hearing the case for Madonna Giacona.
Giacona.
Giacona. Okay. So would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Yes, ma'am. It's Madonna Giacona, 419458.
Madonna, we find that you are a third-class offender, that you are currently serving a 10-year sentence for 4 counts of bank fraud and possession with the intent to distribute meth. You have a parole eligibility date 12/9/26, a good time date of 12/12/27, and a full term date of 3/10/38. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am. But I'm doing 10 years and then 5. It's 15, not a 10-year sentence.
Oh, it was a 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, exactly, 15. That's correct. And you have currently served 3 years?
Yes, ma'am.
3 of 15. Okay. We have several people here in support of your early release. But before we hear from them, I'd like to ask the warden, do you have any information you'd like to share about this inmate?
Yes, ma'am. We have not had Madonna, it's been less than a year. So she hasn't really been able to get into too much programming yet. She has completed some classes while she was still in Madison prior to her transfer here. But just with her short time here, we've not had any issues with her. She has 0 disciplinary write-ups. She gets out and goes to work every day. So again, we haven't had her a whole lot of time, but we've had 0 issues with her since she's been with us.
Okay. I do know that she has not taken pre-release. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I would like to ask you, Madonna, why are you currently incarcerated? And why do you think today is a good day to consider early release?
I'm incarcerated. Back in 2018, I had, who do I look to? You?
Yeah.
Okay. Back in 2018, I had a stroke, a right ischemic stroke, and it left me wheelchair bound. And I had to live with my brother and my sister-in-law for, a while. Around 2020, I was able to go back to my house and live by myself. There, I started hanging with the wrong people, making bad decisions, getting involved in drugs, and that's how I got my charge. The distribution and bank fraud charges.
Okay. Did you have a co-defendant in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And why do you think that we should consider early release?
I am not the same person I was when I first came to, jail, prison back in 23. I've been a lot of soul searching. And I know what to do with idle time, to be a productive citizen. I want to go back to school to get my alcohol and substance abuse counseling certificate. So, I could possibly go to work at a rehab and help at least one other person to not have to walk in my shoes.
Okay. So you were 54 at the time that you committed the crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. would you like to ask questions, or you want me to let them? Okay. So we have 3 people who would like to speak. You do have 2 other additional people. Your stepfather, Shelby Davis, and your mother, Virgie Tony, will not be speaking, but we have your son, Glenn Vicari, on Zoom, and he wishes to speak. Glenn, we'll start with you.
I don't think he was supposed to speak.
Yeah, that's just the.
Yes.
So she's
Hi,
gonna have her
yeah.
sister and, oh,
Hello, I just got it unmuted, sorry.
Okay.
The son, are you Glenn Vicari, the son?
Yes, ma'am. Yep,
Would you speak to the panel?
I can. Do you have a specific question?
No, just, we had noted that you were speaking today. If you choose not to, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm not prepared to speak for anything. I mean, if you have a question, I'd be happy to answer.
And just tell us why you think your mother should be released early, in your opinion.
In my opinion, I mean, you know, she's my mother. We've been through a lot. I'm 40 years old now, and we've been through a lot. She's made some bad decisions. I've seen a change in her from talking to her on the phone, and since she's been incarcerated, that's what I can say. I've visually seen the change throughout my whole life, and I do see a change in her.
Great, thank you for participating. Nicole Clark, also on Zoom, daughter. Did you wish to speak, Nicole?
Yes, I can speak. Hello.
Hey, baby.
Hi. Y'all gotta give me a second. I will say where my mom's at now is a completely different person. She looks the healthiest she's been in a very long time, but we need her outside. I'm sorry, y'all.
That's fine. I understand your emotions.
Yeah, we need her, and I'm so proud of her. She's doing well.
Thank you, baby.
But, you know, we need to give her some grace in the same grace she needs to give herself. And I feel like this process needed to happen, and she's at to where she needs to be. But we need her outside.
Okay, thank you. We also have Melissa Clellan. They're at LCIW sister, who is noted for speaking.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to read mine. I'm sorry. Over the past year or so, I've noticed a big change in my sister, definitely for the better. She understands what she did wrong, and she's accepted and taken full accountability for what she's done. Madonna has her family behind her. We've been through everything with her, and we're not going to leave her now. We're prepared to support her and be there for her and help her in any way we can once she's released. And me personally, I have my sister back now. The person 3 years ago was not my sister. This is my sister. And I think she does deserve the opportunity to get out and show that she's a better person.
Thank you, Melissa. I just noted something. Do you have a warrant in Hancock City that you have to?
It's not a warrant, it's a detainer.
So will you be going to Hancock to take care of that?
I have a court date on 3 days from today, on the 12th.
the 15th.
I'm sorry, the 15th.
June 15th.
Okay.
10th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 12th. Oh, it's the 15th. Okay, sorry.
What do you plan on doing on the 15th?
Going to Hancock County and getting that taken care of.
By pleading guilty, by having a trial, by?
They they filed paperwork to have those charges quashed is the proper terminology for that.
Okay. Sounds a little odd if they're gonna drop the charges to make you go over there, but
You know, if I'm guilty, you know, I'm gonna plead guilty to it if they don't, you know, drop the charges.
all right.
Mr. Schillis.
So tell me again, what are your plans if released? How long have you served? How many years have you been incarcerated?
A little over 3 years.
3 years.
Yes, sir.
It's to 15. Okay, so what do you plan to do if released?
Well, if I get released, I've met with the parole project and I'd like to go with them to get established. And then once I get my feet, you know, everything settled, I'd like to get involved with an NA organization, a Celebrate Recovery, get involved in, you know, the community as well as my church. And my long-term goal is to go back to school to get my alcohol and substance abuse counseling certificate.
And what's your good time release?
I'm not 100% sure on that. 12/27.
I got you.
12/27.
All right, I have no more questions.
Mr. Barra.
You said parole project. Who you talking with over there? I don't see anything in your file about that.
They came here and met with me approximately 2 months ago. It was a young lady. She had black curly hair. I don't know her name.
Follow up since then?
No, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to make note, for the record, that you do have victim opposition and law enforcement opposition to your early release. There, any other questions?
I have.
Are you prepared to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Tillis?
Ms. Madonna, due
Yes, sir.
to strong law enforcement opposition, and you've only served 3 years of 15 years, my vote today is going to be to deny.
Mr. Barra?
I would concur with Mr. Tillis. You haven't had enough time to take any classes that would better help you, and there's plenty of them over there. So I suggest you get into some of those classes and get yourself better prepared. Your good time dates next year.
Thank you.
The law requires pre-release before release, and so you have not taken that. You need to deal with the Hancock County charges and your limited time serving so far, 3 of 15. My vote is to deny. So today, based on a unanimous vote, your request for parole has been denied. Staff,
Thank you.
we thank you for your time and everything there.
Thank you.
The panel is at Baton Rouge headquarters today. On the Parole Committee, to my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Mr. Barra. I'm Ms. Ledoux. We are hearing an offender at St. Tammany. Is there anybody in the facility, any staff?
Corporal Christopher Ellis.
Okay, thank you very much. Have you had any problems with this offender since he's been with you?
No, ma'am.
Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
TRUMAN REAVIS, 466-339.
Okay. Mr. Rivas, you're before this panel for violations, alleged violations of your condition of parole. Do you have a revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The answers to that questionnaire indicate not eligible for counsel. Did you hire someone?
No, ma'am, I wasn't able to. I was fine doing it by myself.
Okay. So I see we're going to ask Mr. Barra to take care of reading out the conditions.
All right, Mr. Stanley, it's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole in the following manner. Number 4, that you will not engage in criminal activity nor associate with persons who are known to be involved in criminal activity, that you will avoid bars and casinos, and you will refrain from illegal use of drugs or alcohol. You violated the conditions of your parole by your criminal activity, as evidenced by your arrest by the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff Department on September 17, 2025, charging you with possession and use of illegal drugs and drug paraphernalia. How do you plead to that violation?
Not guilty. That's not. I have no charges.
That's William Stanley.
No, that's not me, sir.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, he scared me.
When you said violation number, that's the wrong guy.
This is Mr. Truman Reavis. He was the first up on the. I can get Mr. Stanley if you guys would like.
Just stand.
No, that's good. I just got to switch the paperwork around.
I will note that we have a Mr. Shannon Clavier, who is joining us today, and we will allow to speak at the appropriate time.
All right, sorry about that, Mr. Rivas. I got you. It is alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole in the following manner by violating condition number 6, that you will live at the address on your certificate, and if you must move from that address, you will get permission from your parole officer before doing so. In addition, you will not leave the state of Louisiana without permission. Permission and parole. Number three alleges that you failed to provide an updated address as you advised that you were living at 4660 Pontchartrain, number 16 in Slidell. You also knew that you were not to have any contact with the victim, Evelyn Pike, at this address. How do you plead to that violation?
I'm guilty of that violation by there was a charge put on me, but there was retracted because it was a false statement, false accusations, and she took back what she said. I was living with, that's my fiance. That's who I'm engaged to. I mean, she's the one that helped me through rehab. I just got out of rehab. She's worked with me. She's the reason that I'm sober now. Tried to get in touch with my PO a few times, and I got no response from her. I tried to call 3 times and I got no response back. I'm not saying that I'm not guilty, because I am guilty of moving without telling, but I did try to contact her. And this is, like I said, this is my first violation of any.
All All right. And we also have a violation of condition number 13. On about 10/29/25, you were ordered to stay away from Evelyn Pike and to stay away from her residence. Agents with probation and parole located you at that residence in Evelyn Pike's bedroom on 3/6/26. You knew that you were not supposed to be around Miss Pike under any circumstance. You also claim that you were engaged to Miss Pike. How do you plead to that one?
Yes, sir. I'm guilty because that's my fiance. It's who we're about to be married, and that's why I don't understand the order, because there was never no charges filed against me at all. There was never no charges at all. They were dismissed because she went up there and retracted a statement saying he didn't do this. You know, I did this because I was mad at him because I thought he was cheating on me. So it happened, and the girl that's on the video, Miss Shannon Clavier, we all three live together. I mean, it was just a mistake. I was trying not to violate. I'm doing good. I had a job. I have everything.
Well, what it kind of looks like is that you had a problem somewhere along the line with Miss Pike, and then the parole officer added a special condition to the conditions of your parole that was approved by the board that said you don't go nowhere near her. And then that's the problem, because you're showing up over there with her against the orders of the board.
I didn't know it would violate me. We're trying to get the order off. We're trying to get the stay. We're trying to get that taken care of so that we can, be together, because it was just a mistake that happened between our relationship, and we moved on from that. And like I said, I'm engaged to Miss Pike. That's who I'm about to be married to. She takes care of me. She puts money on my phone. She takes care of my commissary. I speak to her every day. You know what I'm saying?
Why is she not here?
Is she here today to testify?
No, but her roommate she's at work, but her roommate is on there. She lives with Miss Pike. She stays with us. She lives with us.
The order's not against the roommate, the order is against Miss.
Yes, sir. But I can have her call whoever you need to call, or whoever she needs to text, talk to, or whatever. I can have it done. It's just a big mistake. That's all it is. And I'm in here for sitting, and I'm trying to get my life back together.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Clavier, I'd like for you to speak to the panel at this time and tell us what you know about the situation. You're on mute.
You gotta unmute her.
She doesn't.
Oh.
Okay. I can vouch that I did go up with her to drop the charges, and that she did fill out the paperwork for that. And he was supposed to stay over at the sober living, and the conditions that me and her had talked about was that he would be able to come back once he got a job and the probation stuff was taken care of. And
he came back before those. He came back before that.
Yes, on his own.
Okay.
So what do you know about the charges that she went to sign to be dropped? What was that about?
I know I was with her when she went to go sign the papers, and she went to go up there to go and drop them.
You don't know what they're
I
about?
was with her. I was not there for the incident when it happened.
What do you know of it?
I know that there was an argument, and that's all I know. I don't know all the details and everything.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stanley, what was the argument about?
Revis.
I'm sorry. The argument is a girl kept calling my phone, and she thought that I was cheating on her, and I wasn't, and I was trying to tell her that I wasn't. We got in a big old argument behind it, and it was just, I told her that if she couldn't believe me, that I was gonna leave. And she said, well, if I can't have you, you know what I'm saying? She said, I'm gonna take care of you. And it was just, she was drinking. It was just a misunderstanding. That's all it was. It was no physical. There was nothing happened. It was just to understand we've moved, like I said, we've moved past it. I just got my job where I was at and this stuff happened. I mean, I just made it through. I graduated rehab. I went through rehab. I've been sober for over a year. I've been doing good. I've been doing real good.
Okay.
So I need to ask Ms. Clavier again. So has permission been given for him to reside at your home?
No, there was no permission given. I just got the phone call that said, when he said he was on his way back here. He had gotten kicked out.
He just determined he was gonna go back. He didn't have permission to go back.
We were together. That's what I'm trying to say. That if you ask her if we're together now, she'll tell you, yeah. I mean, it was just, I mean, what she mean when you ask her permission, you gotta phrase the question to where did she know I was coming home? Yes, she knew I was there, and I knew the consequences of the situation. But like I said, this is my fiance. This is who I'm about to be married to. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to hide nothing or ask y'all. I'm just trying to get this away so we can get this taken care of.
So you went to the program at Rayville?
Yes, ma'am. I graduated from LARC. Yes, ma'am.
And when did you complete that program? What date?
December, right before Christmas.
Okay, yeah. Attempts to transfer his parole were denied because he left Monroe and returned to Slidell.
I mean, the reason I went home is because I miss my girl. I mean, it was hard on us with me being all the way in West Monroe and her coming back and forth all the way to West Monroe twice a week to come see me. You know, it's a lot of miles. That's 300 something miles when there and back. It's a lot of miles, and she was making the trip. I mean, both of them were, her and Miss Clavier.
Who owns the house where you?
Oh, it's an apartment that she rents.
Okay. So I have someone saying you don't have permission to live there.
No, I mean, it wasn't that I was living there. I was staying there between there and the other place, and the other place got bad off where I was staying. Reason I even left the other place is because they started using over there at that house again, and I really didn't have nowhere else to go. It was really the sum of it. I should have went back up there to West Monroe, but I had no transportation, and Evelyn was like, and Miss Pike was like, look, you can stay here, just get a job and get on your feet. And before I could even get my first day of work, when I got my job, I got arrested for this. Just a big misunderstanding.
Yeah, if released, where do you plan to live now?
My brother said I could come by him. He did say that. My brother said I could come by him, and all I'm asking is if I go by my brother, is just that I could at least have the stay away order dismissed. I ain't got to live with Miss Pike, but we're trying to get it to where I don't get in trouble from us being together. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm asking.
She has to testify to that. We don't have her here.
Okay, how does she get in touch with you?
I don't have to take care of some other way, but she's not here for us to deal with that.
Okay, well, I can get her to call or whatever you need, ma'am.
We're gonna so you did complete the substance abuse program that you were ordered to do.
Yes, ma'am, I sure did. And it's been a great place, but it has been a wonderful experience.
And then you violated because you were at a place where a stay away order had been issued. So did you plead guilty or not guilty to that?
Guilty, ma'am.
Okay. So now we have to determine you have
I've been incarcerated over 100 days.
Move for executive session.
I'll second.
Request for executive session has been requested and seconded. Suze?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yeah.
Yes.
That means they're gonna go to a separate room.
Yeah. Okay, we've returned and without a objection, go ahead and continue. We have heard from you, Mr. Rivas. We've heard from Ms. Clavier. We've asked our questions. I think the panel is prepared to vote. Mr. Barra will be voting first.
All right, Mr. Rivas. I'm gonna go ahead and vote to place you in a transitional work program, work release. Give you, make some money, afford a place to live, and figure out where you're gonna stay. You cannot stay with Miss Evelyn Pike. You already have a condition that says no contact with her, condition number 13. That's why you're sitting here right now, because you violate the condition. If you violate that condition again, you're gonna be brought back, and next time you're gonna be going to jail. So you gotta be over Miss Pike until you finish your parole.
You can handle that stay away order in the court while you're in transition work program. But my vote is also to send you to a transitional work program that gives you an opportunity for you and Ms. Pike to determine if the stay away order is acceptable. And then you'll be able to earn some money and hopefully land on your feet. So that's my.
All right, how does she take the order off?
Y'all decide, y'all get counsel there. We don't offer that advice. And Mr.
I
Tillman.
concur.
Okay, so for a unanimous vote, your parole in lieu of revocation, we are sending you to a transitional work program for a period of 6 months.
So you didn't
Um, the Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. We are still at St. Tammany Parish Jail, and our offender today, sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number?
William Stanley, 712310.
Mr. Stanley, you're before this panel for alleged violations of your condition of parole. To my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Mr. Barra. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Would you tell me, do you have a revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
You recognize your signature on that?
Yes, ma'am.
The answers to that questionnaire indicate you are not eligible for an appointed counsel. Did you hire an attorney for today?
No, ma'am.
We are going to ask Mr. Barra to read the conditions of parole violation against you, and you're going to enter a plea of guilty with a statement, or guilty, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Stanley, it's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole by your criminal activity and being arrested by the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office on or about September 17th, 2025, and charged with possession and use of illegal drugs and drug paraphernalia. You will ultimately build with possession of fentanyl and possession with intent to distribute meth. This next court date is July 28, 26. How do you plead to that?
I didn't know about the possession of meth. That was my dad's charges. I also got arrested with my dad. I was gonna ask for a continuance actually because I have my court date coming up on July 27th. And I've been working with the DA, something out with them to where they were talking about maybe giving me drug court. So I was gonna see if I can get a continuance till after my court date.
I have no problem with that.
That's
Mr.
good.
Tillis.
That's good. All right, I'll move to continue this to a docket after the July 27th court date.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
So you've been continued today.
Thank you.
That concludes our business with St. Tammany. Thank you so much. Agent, I want to make note that we did have Mr. Morris here. Is that your agent? And we appreciate you being here and willing to work with us on this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Oh, no, no.
Hello?
Okay, so we do not have visual connection. And they're trying to work on it at St. John.
Yes, ma'am. St. John is here. I'm just having technical difficulties with the camera right now. It's like it's freezing up on us.
Take another case.
We have 2 cases at your facility, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Got one at St.
Okay, good afternoon. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. On the panel today, on my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Mr. Barra and Ms. Ledoux. We are at St. John, St. Mary Parish Law Enforcement Center. Would the staff there introduce yourself?
Deputy Daniels.
Nice to have you, Deputy. And would the offender please introduce yourself with your name and your DSC number?
George Nicholson, 478647.
Jordan, say your last name again.
Engleton.
Engleton, thank you very much. Mr. Engleton, do you have a parole questionnaire in front of you?
Yes.
And you recognize your signature on that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The answers to the questions there indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you hire someone today as an attorney?
No, ma'am.
There are several violations that you've been alleged of violating. So we're going to ask Mr. Tillis to read those, and you're going to enter a plea of guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty.
Good afternoon, Mr. Engleton.
Good afternoon.
Violation number 2. You failed to report monthly as directed. You absconded supervision on or about April 18, 24. Subsequently, a warrant was issued by the parole board on August 16, 24. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
You want to give us a statement?
No, sir.
Okay. Violation number 3. You moved from the listed address of 615 Terrebonne Street, Morgan City, Louisiana. Multiple attempts were made that were unsuccessful, therefore making your whereabouts unknown. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
With a statement?
No, sir.
Okay, number 10. Since being placed on parole, you failed to maintain monetary obligations to your account, resulting in an arrearment of $2,719. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Guilty. And for rule number 4, on September 15, 25, you engaged in criminal conduct by driving on a roadway lane for traffic recklessly, operating of a vehicle, aggravated flight from an officer, 2 counts, operating a vehicle with suspended license and warrant for domestic abuse battery, strangulation by the Terrebonne Sheriff Department. Subsequently, on 9/15/25, you were arrested by the Morgan City Police Department and charged with driving on a roadway lane for traffic misdemeanor, reckless operation of a vehicle, misdemeanor, aggravated flight from an officer, intentionally refusing to stop, felony, aggravated obstruction of a highway of commerce, felony, resisting an officer, 2 counts, misdemeanor, operating a vehicle with suspended license, misdemeanor, and a warrant for domestic abuse, battery, strangulations, felony by Terrebonne Sheriff Department. A bill information was filed on 11/20/25 on docket. These charges were pending in the 16th Judicial Court of St. Mary Parish. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
On these charges, you don't want to make a statement on any of them?
No, sir.
Okay, no problem. My colleagues have any questions?
Yeah, I got a question. When they did the preliminary hearing back in St. Mary Parish Jail, you admitted to all the violations and didn't want to make a statement. But now you're then pleading not guilty and not making a statement. What's changed since then?
Because the parole officer had told me that I was asking her what was the question, and she was like, we were just trying to how she had worded it some type of way that she worded it different on me. Like, I don't know, she used some different type of wording on me. She had used on me.
So you didn't think you were pleading guilty when you said you admitted it?
Yeah, I didn't really understand what was going on with it.
All right.
So do you still have to appear in court for these charges?
Yes, ma'am, I'm still going to court now.
I'm sorry, but
All these charges are open. I haven't been convicted of any of these charges. I'm going to court. I'm still going to court on these charges.
July 20th.
And do you have an attorney for those charges?
No, ma'am.
And your court date is pending in July?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any further questions?
I have questions.
Right. Do you have any statement you would like to make before we vote?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, yes, I am. My vote today is gonna be to deny for violations of two. Say again.
Revoke.
I'm sorry, revoke for rules number 2, 3, and 4.
Mr. Barbara?
I concur with Mr. Tillis and the recommendation of the parole office.
My vote is to revoke your parole. So today, based on a unanimous decision, your parole has been revoked. Thank you.
I didn't do that.
All right, they can hear us? All right.
For an individual.
Okay, so the Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. On the panel today, to my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Mr. Barra. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Hi, I don't know, Smith?
Corporal Smith, St. John Parish Sheriff's Office.
We're at St. John Parish Correctional Center.
Yes, ma'am.
Technical difficulty, but I think we got it, huh?
Somewhat, yes, ma'am.
So Dexter Peters should be in front of us now.
Dexter Peters.
All right, thank you. Mr. Peters, please state your name and your DOC number for the record.
Man, Dexter Peters, my DOC number is 758051.
Mr. Peters, do you have a revocation questionnaire that you can see and verify your signature?
No, I left my paperwork in my dorm.
Okay, they're gonna put a questionnaire on the screen for you. I need you to verify that. Do you see that questionnaire?
Yes.
Okay, so your signature on that indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Have you hired an attorney?
No, ma'am.
So we'll continue. Mr. Peters, you're before this panel because you're being found in violation of your parole conditions. I'm going to read the conditions to you, and I need you to enter a plea of guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty. Okay?
Okay.
Number 4, the subject was arrested on January 14th of 26 by St. John Baptist Parish Sheriff's Office for domestic abuse battery and contempt of court. The subject's new charges were dismissed on February 23rd, 2026. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay, did you in fact serve time for contempt of court?
Yes.
So that charge was not dropped, just the DAB charge, domestic abuse battery charge?
Yeah, I believe both of them were dropped. I've been incarcerated for at least 4 months. I got credit for time served for the contempt of court.
Okay, so it wasn't necessarily dropped, but you got credit for time served for contempt.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a difference there. Also, number 10, the subject owes supervision fees in the amount of $630. No payments have been made since October of 25. How do you plead?
I plead guilty.
Okay. So, Mr. Peters, we have the report of the allegation, and we have a letter from your victim regarding that altercation. What would you like to tell us about that situation?
That situation. I've been in a relationship for 14 years. Actually, that happened last year. That's what the mother of my child, which it was a small miscommunication, wasn't nothing big, like nothing that got out of hand. It really wasn't supposed to be what it was.
So she said she called the police because she wanted you to cool off, or wanted the situation to cool off.
Yes.
So was there any physical contact made?
The only physical contact made was when I was trying to get in my car and I gave her a little push, and that was it.
You pushed her down?
Yeah. Not intentionally, but to get out, just to get in my car.
Okay. She signed in. Is she with us still, Ms. Bro?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Would you like to make a comment to the panel, please?
It was very small argument that, like he said, wasn't supposed to go as far as it did. When he did push it, I lost my balance and I did fall. I called too so that I could get him to more calm down, not to get him incarcerated.
Well, I mean, you're not supposed to have physical contact in a angry way with anybody. So what did you expect to happen?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, what did you expect to happen when you called the police? What
I
did
just
you
really wanted them to calm him down or just let him go somewhere else to cool himself down. So we didn't have no other altercations or anything break out worse than what was done.
So have the police been called to your location before for domestic abuse issues?
Back in 2023 or 22.
Okay, that was before he was paroled in before. Since
He went there his time. He went there his time, and those charges were dropped.
Can I ask a question? Are you afraid of him?
No, I'm not.
You don't think is this going to continue these pushing matches or what?
No, and prior to him going to getting pulled over and going to jail, we was together. He was living with me. We were fine.
Do you think some anger management classes would help you?
Yes.
What did he need it to be cooled down for? What got him so hot?
I just didn't want the argument to escalate to getting physical.
Why were y'all arguing?
Why were we arguing?
Something
small. It was a conversation that we was having, and I think it was something that we disagree to agree. And like I said, it was more fussing. And before it got any more physical than what it had gotten, I just really wanted him to cool down.
Well, don't you think if you had let him go, he said he was getting in his car to go, that would have cooled things down?
Well, he did leave.
So you were angry.
He did leave.
Okay.
At the time we both were angry.
Yes, at the time we both were angry.
So we're talking about a time when y'all are both angry, y'all are fighting, and y'all calling the police, and he ends up in jail, and nobody can tell me what y'all was fighting about?
The incident happened.
The incident happened last year in November. So I'm not gonna lie to you.
About that the police got to come over there. That's what I want to know. What are y'all fighting about that's so much of a secret incident that you can't tell me about that happened, and now nobody can remember what it is? Something's not adding up right here.
I mean, it's our personal relationship from the beginning. Like, there's nothing we could pinpoint. Like, we have regular conversations that probably just escalated at the time. We can't just tell you what started the whole altercation at the time. It was something that sparked in the conversation, and we was going back and forth, just like she said. We had agreement to disagree. And I was leaving the house, which, if you was married, your wife wouldn't want you to just leave the house too. She'll want you to stay there and fix the problem. At the time, she didn't want that. And that me leaving escalated the situation at the time. And
at your house?
Uh-huh.
That normal at your house?
That's not.
No, it's not. It's not something that goes on all the time. It was just that day, a moment, an argument, and again, I just didn't want it to get out of hand.
Do you think that the anger management would help you guys?
I even told the officer I didn't want to press no charges. I just really wanted them to just talk to him and just kind of cool him down. That was it.
Do you think domestic abuse battery would help a class there, Mr. Peters?
Yes. I'll take any class, anger management class to help me too.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Peters, you had some positive drug screens while you were on supervision. Are you having some issues with that?
No, no, ma'am. I actually talked to my PO around that time, and I told her I had got in a car accident, and that was the only time I had consumed the drug that I told her about at that time.
Okay. Did you have problems staying at the right location at night? Now, there's a big difference between your residence on paper, where you put your head at night. Were you sleeping where you were supposed to be sleeping?
Not all the time. I stayed
He had
in the
just
class
changed
at the
his stuff.
time.
Ma'am, we're not talking to you now.
Hold
Let
on.
him.
Let me. Not all the time. I worked in New Orleans, and I was trying to explain to her, like, certain days I couldn't get to my job on time, so I had to sleep by my sister. And she let me do that for a couple of days. But sometimes she was coming to look for me, but you know, I work. I'm a sous chef, so I had to be at work at a certain time, and I ain't want to be in traffic. So certain nights I'll sleep by my sister, and the days that she'll come to my residence, I'll be at work already. I'm not at the residence I'm supposed to be at.
Okay, but y'all talked about it and y'all got
Yes.
some other. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions of my call?
No.
Mr. Peters, I don't know if you know that we have a significant issue with domestic abuse battery in the state.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware.
It's very significant. And for me to make a decision to let someone return to supervision who've been charged, although it was refused, is significant for me. But listen, I'm going to, do you have the ability to take the domestic abuse battery class on the street?
Yes.
Okay. My vote today is going to be to not revoke you, to return you to supervision and require that you take a domestic abuse battery class on the street. Now, you understand if you don't take that, then you'll be sent back.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we ask the wife to take it too?
So that's my vote today. Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
Mr. Barrow?
I'm gonna concur also, but I'm gonna add a condition on it that says you can have no contact with Janelle Bro until that class is done. So when you get out, you gotta do the class. And once you finish and successful, then you can talk to her and contact her again. Until you complete the class, no contact.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so the panel has voted to return you to supervision with special conditions.
Okay, thank you.
So when they say no
We're going with
Okay, the parole board is back in session. We're still at headquarters, Mr. Tillis on my left, and we'll go ahead and bring in the inmate, MICAH Thomas. Thank you, sir. Okay, this is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. On my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Mr. Barra. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Would you state your name and your DOC number for the record? I'm sorry, you're on mute.
There we go. My name is MICAH Thomas. My DOC number is 739-701.
Try that DOC number one more time.
739-071.
071. Okay. Mr. Thomas, do you have a form that you can see that has your name on it? It's a parole revocation questionnaire. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am, I see it.
Okay, and you recognize your signature?
Yes.
Okay. The answers to those questions indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you have an attorney at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We will go ahead and take care of this hearing then. I'm going to ask Mr. Barra to read some parole revocation violations against you. And you need to enter a plea of guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty. Okay?
All right.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So alleged you violated condition number 2. The subject was granted a travel permit to go to Alabama on 10/6/25 and instructed with the date of 11/6/25 to return. On 11/24/25, you called and stated that your car broke down and you were still in Alabama. You were instructed to report to the Probation and Parole Office December 1st, 2025. You did not report to the office as instructed, and multiple attempts were made to go by your residence on file. The owner of the home said that you were not staying at reported address, and you would never return home since being given the travel permit, and a warrant was issued for you on January 27, 26 for absconding supervision. How do you plead to that violation?
I plead not guilty with a statement.
Okay. Go ahead and give us a statement.
So I have got a permit from my parole officer to travel out of state on, I believe it was from October 6th till November 6th. And I do commercial construction. I'm a union iron worker. So I work out of state. My company paid my hotel. And while I was in Alabama, my job, they had went to Florida, and I had went with them, but it was only for 1 week, and I thought I was gonna be all right, and it wasn't gonna be a problem because I was gonna be back in Alabama, and then I was supposed to come back and return. During my time in Alabama, my car had broke down, so I had to give me a rental car, which kind of prevented me from coming to Louisiana back home because I needed to pay for the car, for the rental car, and I needed to pay to get my actual car at the Mercedes place. So I went to Florida working, and while I was in Florida on October 19th, I got pulled over for a traffic violation. And while I had went to the jail in Broward County Jail for a traffic violation. And I had called my parole officer from jail and told her that I'm actually in jail and I can't. And that was October 19th. So October 6th, I got the permit to travel out of state. October 19th, I was in Orlando, Florida, and I got pulled over. Ma'am, excuse me, y'all. I got pulled over for a traffic violation. So from October 19 all the way till March 10, I was incarcerated in Florida for a traffic violation. And I have called my parole officer and notified her that I'm sitting in jail, but she said that she didn't believe me or something because of how could I call her from the jail, and I had used my people to put me on a three-way to talk to her. So I called her twice and I told her about the situation that I'm in jail for a traffic violation and all this. And March 10th, I had got credit for time served, and I got extradited from Florida over here. Your Honor?
So, I don't know how that makes you not guilty of not reporting to your parole officer the way they told you to and coming in and get your paperwork done here.
Well, I have reported to her. So, all right, so I come home. I was only home for 2 months and 11 days after serving 8 years sentence. So I came home, and in a month of me being home, first day, I had 72 hours to report to her. So I come to parole office. She told me come back in a month, Your Honor. So during that month period, I have went and bought me a car. I got me a license. I got me insurance on the car. I got it registered. I got me a job. I came here and I got a permit to travel out of state. So she gave me a permit for 2 weeks. Now I come back after 2 weeks and get another permit. The second time she gave me a permit for a month. So I leave again. I go to Alabama. Like I said, I'm working for a company. I'm working for a commercial construction company, and I move around a lot. I'm very busy. So for me to, maintain and make money, because I just come home. I don't really have much family out there or anything like that. I gotta provide for myself. And I was really in a tough situation because I had to keep working, keep making money, and make sure everything is all right. And I did, only thing I feel like I did wrong, when I came back and got the permit for a month, I should have told her that I might would have to go to Florida. At the time, I didn't know that I actually had to go to Florida because we were still in Alabama, and there was a possibility that I had to go, and I had to go. But when I came back to Alabama, my car broke down, all these things started happening. It was fine. I just got me a rental car and just kept working. I was only going to go to Florida for 1 month, and I was going to be back in Alabama. And during my time in Florida, I got arrested and went to jail.
All right. Where do you live? Where is your residence?
I stay Vacherie Church Street, 9 Church Street, Vacherie.
You have to tell me that again. You shut down on me.
2369 Church Street, Vacherie, Louisiana.
That's your address. Who you live with there with?
It's my friends. It's friends of mine.
And that's the address where you would, if we were to let you go, where you're gonna stay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Mr. Thomas, you say you got a permit to go to Alabama. You did?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, why did you get a permit to go to Florida? Did you give it to PO to let them know you were going to Florida?
Your Honor, I really think it was my fault because I was kind of moving fast, and I came to see my parole officer, and she kind of just came out, and she already had the permit for me in the hand, and she was like, "Here's your permit for a month to go to Alabama, do your thing, don't get in trouble." So I just kind of took it and just, I ain't think it was gonna be nothing like that, and I really didn't know if I had to go to Florida, but I kind of wound up having to go to Florida because of my car situation, really more than anything. Because once my vehicle broke down, I had to get a rental car, and I had to pay for the rental car. So if I would have came back to Louisiana, instead of me going and working in Florida, I wouldn't have been able to make any money that week or pay for my rental car, or was able to get my original vehicle out of the out of the dealership place, sir.
I've got to know what kind of traffic violation landed you in jail for 5 months, because I don't want to do that.
I got pulled over for reckless driving. I was driving with no lights.
With no license?
No lights.
No lights. So what was going on? Were you impaired at the time?
No, ma'am.
No, no, you gotta come up better than that. You drove with no lights on.
They pulled me, they pulled me over for a traffic violation because I was driving with no lights. And they held me in the jail. I couldn't bond out because of my parole situation and all this.
They were holding you on our parole warrant? Because our parole warrant was not issued.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
January.
He didn't hear you.
So our parole warrant was not issued until January of 26. You were in there from October to January?
Yeah.
And then
Yes,
they
Your
found.
Honor. I couldn't bond out because. Yes, Your Honor. I couldn't bond out because I had an out-of-state license and a bondsman in a state wouldn't let me bond out, so I had to sit there and fight the charge.
Oh, man. Where do you call home? Where did you grow up?
I was born and raised in Ukraine, so I really wanted to let you know that too, because I only live in the United States 16 years. Now I'm a citizen but I don't have no family or nothing like that anymore. I did 8 years in prison, Your Honor. When I come home after doing 8 years, I really had nothing. I was homeless. I was lucky to have a friend that I could come stay with. And before I was incarcerated, I was actually very successful at my trade. I was working, doing commercial construction. I was in the union. So by me doing that since I was 18 years old, my company always paid my hotels or paid my per diem. Or I really spent a lot of years traveling and doing construction and building plants and high rises, hospital things of that nature, Your Honor. So when I did come to prison, I had good bit of experience with my union and my trade. And when I came home, it was easy for me to go back to doing what I was doing, which was working for my union and doing commercial construction.
You didn't have any money, you couldn't bail out, your car was broken down, and now you owe $1,930 for extradition fees to bring you back from Florida. On top of.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I mean, the only thing I could do is go to work and make money and pay my fees. I don't.
Hey, maybe we can help with that part. Tomorrow, here to vote.
We'll read address number 10.
Oh, go ahead.
And we had violation number 10, that you failed to pay your supervision fees and that you never made a payment toward the fees. How do you plead to that one?
I plead guilty to that with a statement, I guess.
And why didn't you pay your fees? You told us you were buying cars, you were getting licenses, you were doing everything. You had a job, you were making a bunch of money, you worked for this big company all over the place.
Well, it's not really, it sounds good, but that's not really how.
That's not how it happened? Tell me how it happened.
I had money when I came home and it was really pretty much enough money for me to handle the things that I needed. So I got me a car because I knew that I needed me a car. I paid for my license, my phone, everything that I needed. And I was it's been a month. They really didn't tell me after a month that I had to pay my parole fees. So then I started working. And once I started working, I was planning on paying my fees, but I went to jail, so.
Were you working when you got arrested?
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Like Mr. Ledoux said, you've racked up another bill by getting arrested in Florida and having to make Louisiana bring you back here to face this of $1,930.41. So what I'm gonna do, instead of revoking your parole and sending you back to jail for a couple of more years, I'm gonna give you another shot with reinstating your parole and order a special condition that you go to work release for 6 months. In work release, you're gonna be able to make money, you're gonna have a place to stay, you're gonna be able to pay on your extradition costs, and you're gonna better figure out what you're gonna do after and establish contact with your parole officer during that time. And as a condition, like I said, the cost of extradition needs to be paid.
Do you understand that,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
I also vote to send you to transitional work program for a period of 6 months so that you can pay back the extradition and try to figure out what you're going to do moving forward. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Listen, on paying your fees, if you don't have the whole amount, I need you to send something. You need to send them a $10 money order. You need to stay in contact and make a monthly payment, whether it's the full amount or a partial amount. You need to be paying something monthly, especially if you're working.
Yes, Your Honor. I got a question. Do I do like the work release? Is this from jail or?
Yeah.
You'll stay and you'll be sent to a transitional work program. Thank you very much. That concludes our hearings for today. The time is now 1:14.